All right, welcome everybody to the annual Merrill Concertina Festival here at Lesson Jim's Lincoln Lane. And welcome to everybody on the Facebook live stream as well. We're very excited that everybody is here in person or tuning in. This is a very special occasion. Obviously, it's the annual Merrill Concertina Festival, but the World Concertina Congress is also celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. Started in 1975, so this year marks 50 years. So we're going to have our president, Vinny Leck. He's going to come up and say words about the event, and then we'll get the music underway.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, we're celebrating our 50th anniversary celebration today, and we welcome everyone here. We started our club in 1975, and we are so grateful for the many men and women who began our club and poured their hearts and souls into this club. And we are so grateful for them. And we want to remember them, especially the ones that are no longer with us. And we'll celebrate them today and the ones that are here with us. So let's give them applause right now. And let's begin our celebration with Dave Sinicki. Yeah, we have a sheet.
Okay, we'll have, like Vinny said, Dave Sinicki, and he made a trip all the way from Claypool, Indiana to be here for the event today. So we thank you, Dave, for making the trip over here. He's been playing concertina for 64 years. And the favorite songs that he enjoys performing are Czech tunes. Bands that he's played in over the years, a band called the Hungry Four. And the favorite polka band is the Ernie Kuchera Band out of Nebraska. So we'll get things started with Dave here. Also want to mention that we do have 50th anniversary commemorative t-shirts that are for sale over here on the table, as well as some decals for your concertina case or music case or whatever you'd like. We're also going to have our featured artist here, Ray Konkol. He's going to be coming up and playing tunes at noon, as well as 1, for sure. Maybe we'll have him a couple more times. And then we're also going to have, we've got a nice cake there in the back for the 50th anniversary. We'll be cutting that up later. And then there will be the Friends of the Burnhamwood Polka Days. They're helping us out in the back, taking the gate today, and they're also going to be coming around and selling 50-50 tickets, so get in on that 50-50 raffle. Okay, enough talking, here we go. Dave, please. He's going to start things out with the Dance Hall Polka.
It's 80 years. But there's he's on medication. Can't be on any other shit. So he's working out trying to look at alternatives to that. Or get into some other aviation.
Oh, okay.
See what happens.
Yeah, they always said the closer you are to the airplane, the more secure your job. Yeah, he's got it. Good job, Dave.
That's your favorite, isn't it, Vinny?
They've heard nothing from Ted.
No, you either, huh?
Anyway.
Sold his place in the advertisement. He sold that. He was in Florida last night. Arizona. See what he's doing. I got a picture.
Who's your favorite Pokemon? Who's your this one? Who's your favorite
I like listening. Yep.
Up next, we have Greg Lurkey, and he came from Evansville, Minnesota today. Well, actually, yesterday he was here already and played a couple times on stage.
Macaroni.
Been playing for 62 years, and favorite songs that he enjoys performing are Gary's Polka, Gardenville Waltz, and Life in the Finnish Woods. Bands that he's played in, any band that his father, Concertina Gordy, had played in, he also played along with. And Concertina Gordy, his father's band, and the Jolly Huntsmen are a couple of his favorite bands. Here we go, Greg Lurkey.
The first one I'm going to do is called Warren Waltz. This one's called Buttons and Bellows Landman. This one, next one's called Nissel's Hoolery Waltz. Next one I'm going to do is called the Champagne Polka. This next one's called the Grandson Polka. This next one is called Trumpets Echo. This next one's called the Gardenville Waltz.
Yes, a nice hand for Mr. Greg Lurkey. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Okay, up next we will have Sarah Fern. She's going to be coming up and playing the accordion for you. And they are from Marshfield, Chile, Wisconsin. And accompanied by Hunter on the tuba. And we'll get them squared away and then we'll have more music.
Okay, yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Susie's polka. A Steve Meisner tune, the LVL Drive polka.
In my corner. Yeah, this is what I put up here
Another nice polka, a little German tune, Hirsch Schmerz polka. I played at home a lot, and my husband likes it, so I thought I'd try it here. It's called More.
Your call.
Thank you. No beer on Sunday. No beer on Sunday. Sunday afternoon, I was driving through the town. All I had left was my daughter. I took the bar just to have a little drink, and you could hear the bartender holler. What did he say? Baby day, baby day, can't buy beer on Sunday. Baby day, you gotta come around on Monday. much time I got, Benny? Hold on a second. Just one more.
A fast one.
All right. I got time for a fast drum. Ta-ra-ra, boom, yay. Oh, just a minute. Thank you very much, and I'd just like to welcome everybody to the Merrill Concertina Jam here. So it's always a privilege to be able to play up here on stage. I know I'm not a concertina, but you guys have always welcomed me here, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Andy.
You're welcome, and thank you very much. All right, up next we are going to have Len Straczynski. Come on up. Len Straczynski is from Briggsville, Wisconsin, and he's been playing for 65 plus years. Bands that he has played in is Buttons and Banjo, and favorite polka band is Gary's Ridgeland Dutchman. Just want to remind everybody who has come in or maybe tuning in on Facebook, we've got several different things here throughout the day. We've got Ray Konkol as a featured player who's going to be up at noon. And at 1, he'll be playing. We do have 50th anniversary commemorative t-shirts for sale over here to my right with a special 50th anniversary logo that World Concertina Congress Ken Yagelski designed. And then we also have decals for sale. And at about, I'd say 12 o'clock or so or after Ray, we're going to be cutting into a nice cake over here. And what else am I missing? We've got, check out our digital picture frames over here that has a bunch of archives scanned into it from the WCC over the years. I think Vinny said there's about 400 images scanned into the digital picture frames over here. Picture frames from inductees and jams and ceremonies and stuff like that. So go ahead and please take a look at that. I'm sure I'm missing something else, but I will tell you more about it later. So we will turn things over now to Len and Tuba Tom and Drummer Tom.
come to you. We'll come out there once you start playing and fix it. Take a listen. Yep. All right.
Sounds good.
It's sounding good.
All right? All right. Polka time, here's one we're going to call the Our Mike Polka.
Forgot where I was going.
All right, waltz time. Here's one called the Chicago Waltz. Thank you. Okay. Little foxtrot tune. Here's one called Angry. Mad makes me mad. All right. Thank you. Got anything you want here? Polka time once again. Here's one called Heidelberg Polka. One more? Yep. What should it be? Here's one Lenny Rafalski used to sing at Arts Bar, one called The Baby Blue. Baby Blue. Thank you. Almost tipped this over. We did tip one. Put this there, and I tipped one over. Tip this one over. Back here. Oh, that one?
Check.
All right. Yep. And you can get a hold of it. Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is Rich Gill, and he comes from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Been playing concertina for 50 years, 50. Favorite songs he enjoys playing: Echoes in the Hills and Lapland Polka. Bands that he's played in, currently plays in, is the Minnesota Dutchman, and the favorite polka band of his is Elmer Schei. Don't forget, after Rich, we are going to have our featured artist for this year, Mr. Ray Konkol, come on up and play for a while. Don't forget, we've also got the commemorative t-shirts and decals with the special 50th anniversary logo. We've got a cake that we're going to cut into at 1 o'clock. And we've got the digital picture frames over here. Come and take a look. There's over 400 digital items scanned into there. Archives from the WCC, past inductions, and pictures, and things like that. So come and check it all out. Let's see. I'll get the concertina, and then away you go.
Oh, that don't matter. More the merrier.
It's a B flat box.
This one's gonna go. Let's see how this works. C, F, G, it's kind of bounces back and forth. I got one here. It's a Minnesota Dutchman original. It was written by the original concertina player Donnie Volk for the Minnesota Dutchman. It's called Don's Mazurka. see you do the Lapland polka. All right, here we go with one called the Lapland polka. Here we go with one called the Lindenau Polka. Trying to start some G sections. photographic moment. Got another polka here called Tony's Polka. Thank you very much.
One more, Rich, one more.
One more. Now we're going to a waltz here, one called the Honeybee Waltz. You're my little honeybee, buzzing round my door. You mean all the world to me. Each day I love you more. I'm as happy as can be. Soon wedding bells will chime. You mean all the world to me. And now the world's all mine. Thank you very much.
How about a nice applause for Rich? It is my honor and privilege to welcome our next guest. The World Concertina Congress welcomes Mr. Ray Konkol and his wife Jermaine. Ray got his first concertina at the age of 14. When he was 16 and in high school, he played at party showers with the Melody Aces. Later, he moved to Milwaukee and worked at the Oil Gear Company. In Milwaukee, he played on weekends and evenings at bars and nightclubs. Ray enlisted in the Navy in 1951. He was based at the Naval Air Stations and on board the aircraft carrier, the USS Randolph. He did flight deck operations. Ray had his concertina with him while in the Navy and entertained the troops. Before Ray was honorably discharged in 1955, he married his wife, Jermaine. Now, after 70 and a half years of marriage, yay, Jermaine. They have 3 children, Diane, Chet, and Dale, twin granddaughters, Ashley and Nicole, as well as 6 great-grandchildren. After getting married, Ray and Jermaine lived in Milwaukee for a short time. They moved back to Stevens Point area in '57. He operated a TV repair business and ran an 8-piece band, the Ray Konkol Orchestra. Later, Ray joined Ray Dorsner's Rainbow Valley Dutchmen, playing with them for 20 years. Ray then began his 4-piece band, the Ray Konkol Band. His wife Jermaine plays the keyboard in the band as well. Ray toured Europe twice and has played in 11 states. His achievements include 3 compositions, Stillwater Landler, Rainbow Valley Landler, and Mein Hamid Polka. All of Ray's compositions are copyrighted into the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. Ray's compositions and all 10 of his recording CDs have been inducted into the Mills Music Library Wisconsin Music Archives, which is a huge honor. Ray was inducted into the Wisconsin Polka Hall of Fame Senior Achievement in 2002. He was inducted into the World Concertina Congress Hall of Fame in 2003. He received the Cambridge Who's Who of Musical Excellence Award in 2008, and he was inducted into the Wisconsin Polka Hall of Fame Lifetime Achievement in 2012. Congratulations, Ray. And welcome back to the stage.
Thank you.
Did you get permission? Did you get permission from her?
Okay, no, that's good.
Oh, he's got, yeah,
Okay.
he's my cousin.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're fine. You're good. Okay.
Nice to see us. Yeah, this is my dad, he's the maker. This is the original one.
That's beautiful.
Hey, welcome everybody. Good. Thank you all for coming. This is just great.
Gotta have more of these situations to keep this good old time music alive and well. Okay, we're gonna start out this afternoon with a nice polka. One of my favorites called a Nebraska polka. G. 1, 2. Thank you. We got another nice old German song called the Schumacher polka. Schumacher. coming up. And nice old time waltz. Ernie Couture on number one called Patty's Waltz. No, Elmer Schei's Patty's Waltz.
The other time was a funeral.
1, 2. Just when you're getting started and they quit. That's the way it goes sometimes. Okay, another waltz one called The Beautiful Rose. Hey. 1, 2. We're gonna do some polkas. Some of those keys that are favorite for the tuba players. And Greg's favorite key of E, Bobby. Here's the Bobby's polka and Bob E.
Where the Chelsea Conservation Club is, I live about a mile from there.
1, 2, 3. What do you got out? Hansworth. I can't read that. Okay, another German number one called Die Hanswurst polka. This one's in key of G. good. Thanks to you, I did.
How about a nice hand for Ray and Jeanette? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up on stage is Mr. Joe Hager, all the way from West Bend, Wisconsin. He's making his way up to the stage now. Years playing concertina, Joe, there's just too many to remember. Favorite songs he enjoys performing are all of them, so he will play all of them. Bands he has played in: Polka Fusion Band, Polka Family Band, John Dora Band. Who's your favorite polka band? Well, all of them, so he'll represent all of them. Welcome to the stage, Joe.
Let's give a big hand for Vinny and everybody here. This is a lot of fun. We're gonna have a great time today. Great time. Happy 50th anniversary. Perfect. The fun part is trying to find out what in the world I'm gonna play.
First thing that comes to your mind.
I don't know.
Yes, indeed. I was short. Not too bad. How about you? People are coming this afternoon. I don't want
Okay, here we go with a polka called, let's do Across the Plains polka, like we did last night. we go. Cross the Plains Polka. Perfect. Okay. Thanks, Bri Rye. Okay. So.
We'll keep it handy here in case you should have it.
Second. We're gonna do a song here from the Polka Fusion repertoire for the band. Here we go. One called the Dance, Dance, Dance Polka. This is a fun, energetic tune that I like playing. When you're down and feeling bad, and there's something troubling you, just grab yourself a partner and have an answer to you sing it. What? Oh, I thought you were saying. Take two. When you're down and feeling bad, and there's something troubling you, just grab yourself a partner and have an answer to. First you sing this happy song, once the sun comes shining through. Your day will be much better when you do this like I do. You gotta dance, 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 dance. You won't believe the happiness of a little song that brings so much smile, smile, smile. Be happy, be okay. Your smile will be the sunshine out in a rainy day. When there's no one else around and you got no place to turn, I've got a little lesson, it's a lesson you should learn. First you sing the melody, then you sing the harmony. Your day will be much brighter when you sing along with me. You gotta dance, 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 dance. You won't believe the happiness of a little song that will bring so much smile, smile, smile. You be happy, be okay. Your smile will be the sunshine out in a rainy day. You gotta dance, 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 and sing, sing, sing. You won't believe the happiness of a little song that brings so much smile, smile, smile. You be happy, be okay. Your smile will be the sunshine up in a rainy day. There we go. Dance, dance, dance polka. We got another happy, snappy tune coming your way right now. We got one for Jim Galashevsky out there. Nice to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Milwaukee's own polka, honky, Polish, whatever, Slovenian drummer, doing a great job this weekend playing drums for Merrill Concertina Festival 2025. Here we go. One for you, Jim. We're going to do one called... Let's see, with singing here. We'll do one called Red Shoes Polka. Red Shoes. Here we go, Red Shoes Polka. Oh, sure, go ahead. No, you're good, you're good. Żermoner bursik, żermonie kupiła, żermoner bursika, tegre tańcowała. Żermoner bursiki, żermonie kusiki, tańcowia, tańcuje martwe szerwożyki. Żermoner bursiki, wysokie przyjęła, żermoner bursika, tegre tańcowała. Żermoner bursiki, żermonie kusiki, tańcowia, tańcuje martwe szerwożyki. Żermoner bursiki, żermonie kusiki, tańcowia, tańcuje martwe szerwożyki. Hey! Żermoner bursiki, żermonie kupiła, żermoner bursiki, arbekre tańcowała. Żermoner bursiki, żermonie kusiki, tańcowia, tańcuje martwe szerwożyki. Żermoner bursiki, żermonie kusiki, tańcowia, tańcuje martwe szerwożyki. There you go. Here we go. We're going to do one called the Podnogi Polka. Podnogi. This is a Polish tune that the band just learned, Polka Fusion Band. We just learned this one off of a gentleman's recording. If you ever heard of Eddie Biegai and Crusade from Toledo, Ohio, here's one of his tunes that Randy wrote, one called the Podnogi Polka. Tam jego koło, mury tyle przygrać się wesoło. Parne nogi, tam jego koło, mury tyle przygrać się wesoło. Zberyże śpiewają na zdrowie, a nie grajcie. Zberyże śpiewają na zdrowie. Na zdrowie moje, parę nogi, tam jest pod koło, muzdrylka, czekać się wesoło. Parę nogi, tam jest pod koło, muzdrylka, czekać się wesoło. Zesperusze śpiewają na zdrowie, na zdrowie. Zagrajcie, desperusze śpiewają na zdrowie moje. One more time, parę nogi, a mnie pod koło, muzyka, zagrajcie wesoło. Parę nogi, a mnie pod koło, muzyka, zagrajcie wesoło. One more. Here's a song that I wrote, one called the Polka Jam Polka. So this is a great old polka jam, so listen carefully to the words because this is a good old happy snappy tune for you. Going to a polka jam, yes I am. Going to a polka jam, are you going? Yes I am. Going to a polka jam, yes I am. Partying lasts till 1 a.m. Afterwards the polka jam, bringing a concertina, trumpet, clarinet. Oh, familiar melodies, the drum set, you'll bet. We'll be playing loud and strong, jamming till the break of dawn. Polka jam, all night long. Going to a polka jam, yes I am. Going to a polka jam, are you going? Yes I am. Going to a polka jam, yes I am. Party lasts till 1 a.m. Afterwards the polka jam, we're singing Na zdrowie in my sweet Mary Lou. Take la redovie and parnogi too. Jamming when it's on the best, polka till the lights go out. Polka jam, all night long. Bringing a concertina, trumpet, clarinet. Old familiar melodies, the drum set you'll bet. We'll be playing loud and strong, jamming till the break of dawn. Polka jam, all night long. Going to a polka jam. Happy 50th anniversary, everybody. Lots of fun, happy, snappy music coming up this afternoon into late evening. Okay, who do we have up next? You? Perfect. Awesome. Stuff.
Thank you. I like your shirt. We got the right one, Andrew, right? I do. I was going to say something. Put it up there right away. Always.
Are you Johnny? Uh-oh.
Okay. Okay. For your feet. Yeah.
Next quarter too.
If you're going to read music, you can sit here because this board is pretty short.
Oh, I need that box though. You're reading this.
Yep.
going to plug into it, John? Or? Yeah. Oh, it's on the back? What does it look like?
Move on. That's good. Have an adapter. That's all right. That's it. I'll knock that baby out by Oh, wait a minute, because I'm not on it. I'm being like, yeah. Is that good? Oh, yeah. We're doing 7 days. Yeah, watch the, thank you.
So we're still good for a while.
Here we got one you can all sing to.
are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. The other night, dear, as I was sleeping, I dreamt held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken. So I hung my head and I cried. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. My sunshine away. Woo! Thank you, dancers. Told me he loved me, but oh how he lied. Oh how he lied. Oh how he lied. He told Southside. Thank you. I bet you all know this one. In heaven there is no fear. That's why we drink it here. And when we're going, I can't get that high. Okay, I guess we're done. Thank you, everybody.
Tony, we're gonna set you up on this side.
On the other side?
Yep, just follow me.
I gotta find a 320.
No.
That's nice.
Okay, it's your turn again now. Are you doing all right?
We're playing concert B. All those.
Ray's playing it. All right.
I'm still learning. It never ends.
It's hard to play when you're not plugged in. Oh my God.
Ray, you want me to hang on to that? You want to hang on to that? What? Yeah.
Okay, up on stage we just had Gloria and John. Gloria on the concertina and John on the accordion. And where does it say they are from? Armstrong Creek, Wisconsin. Been playing concertina for 69 years. And the bands they played in are Gloria and Friends, and their favorite polka band was Steve Meisner and Chad. Up now we are going to feature our featured artist, Mr. Ray Konkol. Ray got his first concertina at the age of 14. When he was 16 and in high school, he played at parties, showers, etc. with the Melody Aces. Later he moved to Milwaukee and worked at the Oil Gear Company. In Milwaukee he played on weekends and evenings at bars and nightclubs. Ray enlisted in the Navy in 1951. He was based at Naval Air Stations and on board the aircraft carrier USS Randolph. And he is a Korean War vet. He did flight deck operations while on the US Randolph. Yes, big round of applause. He did flight deck operations when he was on the USS Randolph, and while he was on there, he had his concertina with him the whole time entertaining the troops. If you want to hear a good story, ask Ray to tell you the story when he was caught in a hurricane on the aircraft carrier. Before Ray was honorably discharged in 1955, he married his wife, Germaine, who is sitting on his right playing keyboard. Yes. Oh, just wait. Now, after 70.5 years of marriage, they have 3 children, Diane, Chet, and Dale. Twin granddaughters, Ashley and Nicole, as well as 6 great-grandchildren. After getting married, Ray and Jermaine lived in Milwaukee for a short time before moving back to Stevens Point in 1957. Ray operated a TV repair business and ran an 8-piece band, the Ray Konkol Orchestra. Later in 1967, he joined Ray Dorschner's Rainbow Valley Dutchman and played with them until 1987. He was also the building superintendent at UW Stevens Point, retiring in 1992. Ray then began his 4-piece band, the Ray Konkol Band, his wife Jermaine playing keyboard in that band as well. Ray's toured Europe twice and played in 11 states. Ray's achievements include 3 compositions, the Stillwater Landler, Rainbow Valley Landler, and Mein Heimat Polka, which all 3 compositions are copyrighted into the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. His compositions and all 10 of his recordings of CDs have been inducted into the Mills Music Library of Wisconsin Music Archives, which is a huge honor for Ray. He was inducted into the Wisconsin Polka Hall of Fame under the Senior Achievement in 2002. He was inducted into the World Concertina Congress Hall of Fame in 2003. He received the Cambridge Who's Who of Music Excellence Award in 2008 and was inducted into the Wisconsin Polka Hall of Fame under the Lifetime Achievement Award in 2012. Ray presently owns 5 concertinas, Hengel's number 21, a B-flat, Hengel's number C, and number 48, 43 and 48, which both are C's, a Paddock A-flat, and a Pearl Queen triple. I think I got, key is C. I think I got it all. Really quick, we want to mention that we've got commemorative t-shirts for sale, decals for sale. There's cake that has been cut. Please help yourself to that. We have 50/50 raffle tickets for sale in the back. The drawing is going to be at 2 o'clock, and I've been told that the pot is going to be about $100 here if somebody spends another $5. So it's at $100, and we're selling all the way up. 110? 110 is what you'll take home. So, okay, that's enough of me talking. Here is Ray Konkol.
in G. Okay, we're going to do a waltz. First one called Goose Town, originally called Blue Heaven. Okay, two pickups. 1, 2. Hey, thank you. We're going to play another waltz, one of Tony's favorites in his favorite key. It's called the Sweet Violets Waltz in the key of B concert. Normally a nightmare for a bass horn player, but Tony loves it. Here's the Sweet Violets in B. Okay, Jermaine, you ain't found the piano chair. Here's Sweet Violets. 3, 3. Okay, we'll do some polkas now, one called Guido. Okay, Guido polka. Thank you. Ellen Polka and the Key of E.
It pays up, you know. Very nice.
Okay, we got another polka coming up. This is about a place where I've been in a lot, but it beats sleeping in the rain. It's called a doghouse.
Right. Well, Bobby's here.
Yeah, he's way at the very end of the second table.
Let's do 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got a polka called 1, 2, 3. Won't you polka with me? 1, Thank you. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you. I did. Yeah. Thank you.
Jermaine, nice job.
Well, that didn't sound too bad.
We're all doing it at the same time.
Pretty nice.
There went the speakers.
Yep.
And 2. There you go. You're down.
I give you a half hour to cut that.
Don't forget your music. She might want that.
Oh, excellent job, you guys.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, well, you're going to have to. You were at oil here?
Yeah.
Now it's not far from my house.
Oh, we have that's on west side. They were at first, before, maybe they were 6 homes.
Okay.
And then they moved
Did you go a rough
47.
Did you go a rough dance?
Yeah.
Because my neighbor.
Oh, yeah, he was
Yeah, big guy.
Oh, yeah. And then I ran the motion and his building.
That's right. You've already got that.
I figured it.
Oh. I'm going to try to get him to do that 3 or 4. 3 or 4.
No, he said you could start out.
I was playing with him.
Thank you.
This one too, yeah.
Up next, we have Mr. Art Ohado. Fridley? Fridley? All right, he's from Fridley, Minnesota. And Art has been playing the concertina for
75 years.
75 years, okay.
Not really.
Are there any favorite songs that you like to play?
That'd be a tough one. There's too many.
How about a
Too many
favorite? How
favorites.
about a favorite band of yours?
Oh, that's a tough one too. Because I like the Polish and the German, and I do a little bit of each. So it's hard, really hard to pick a favorite, because I try to copy them all. I'm going to start with a little polka here, one called Bernie's Polka. Thank you very much. Here's a favorite of mine, a pretty Polish waltz here, one called I'll Never Forget. Thank you. I'm going to do a little foxtrot here, one called, I forget the name of it. Now, If I Had You. It's quite slow. Here's another one, something like that. Whispering. Little waltz time coming up here. We'll call this is written by an old friend of mine, one called the Elmdale Waltz. He was from Elmdale, Minnesota, and he called it the Elmdale Waltz. Thank you very much, folks.
Good job.
Okay, up next we have Galen Haas.
It's probably easier, I don't know, just watch these chords here. Do you want me to carry that for you? Just don't watch your stuff here.
Okay, up next we have Galen Haas from Menasha, Wisconsin. Galen has been playing concertina for 41 years. Favorite songs he enjoys performing is one called Misty. Don't forget we have commemorative t-shirts, 50th anniversary t-shirts, 50th anniversary decals with the special 50th anniversary logo designed by Ken Yagelski with the World Concertina Congress. There's a couple pieces of cake over there, so please grab some of that. We're going to have the 50-50 drawing at 2 o'clock, or just a couple minutes after. And Ken is walking around making one last call here, Ken and Colton, so go ahead and flag them down. Check out the digital picture frames that are up here. There's over 400 images uploaded from past World Concertina Congress events, meetings, jams, ceremonies, inductions, things like that, so come and check that out. Also, don't forget we have an event called Beat Blast, which is going to be a couple cover bands. Night Shift versus The Mix, which is a polka band. They're going to be playing May 3rd at the Labor Temple. You can get information and tickets by Tanya there on the back table. She took your money today. They've also got flyers for Burnham Wood Polka Days, which they help put on, Tanya and Ken and Ethan back there. So go ahead and see them for flyers. It's always Father's Day weekend, and the admission for all 3 days is free. It's a free polka festival, Father's Day weekend. Go ahead and see Tanya back there for further. I think that's all I got, so we'll turn it over to Galen.
Juice. Too much juice.
Josephine.
Good old Josephine.
Did you write that up or is that? Did you write that up?
It's a little mix.
Yeah. He's got enough stuff going. Yeah. He's done building country here now. He needs some repairing. He fixed stuff for me last year. Had a pack on his back. Yeah. Alright. So what are you doing real life? Oh yeah, I got my own business gravel, I got my own dump truck. Yeah. That for multiple landscaping.
One more. Hey, do you know I can be good? No. Yeah. I want to get out of here at 4:30.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have the 50-50 drawing. So go ahead, get your 50-50 tickets out.
Pardon?
While you're getting those tickets out, we're going to introduce Colton Toopy. He's going to be the next player. Colton came this weekend all the way from New Prague, Minnesota. And he's been playing the concertina for 10 years, 1-0. Favorite songs he enjoys performing, the 100 Proof Polka, Roller Coaster Polka, and Fritzy Polka. Bands that he's played in, Colton Toopy and the Sand Creek Connection, and the Charlie Stika Band. Don't forget we've got the commemorative t-shirts for sale, decals as well. There's 4 pieces of cake over there, so go ahead and grab some cake. Don't forget to go back to where our lovely friends from Burnham with Polka Days are sitting at the door. There's no one there now. Oh, actually, yes, they are there. Go ahead and see them for information on Polka Dance coming up on May 3rd. It's called Beat Blast. It's the mixed polka band versus Night Shift. And see them for your tickets. Also for Burnham with Polka Days, Father's Day weekend, 3-day polka festival, entirely free for admission all 3 days, so make sure to check that out. Okay, 50-50 raffle. Everybody have their tickets out. Winning ticket, 606-1695. Again, 606-1695. We have a winner back there, the Pinos. All right. You can have Denny bring the ticket up. We'll just confirm that. And we're going to have our featured artist for this weekend, Mr. Ray Konkol. He's going to be coming back up at 4 o'clock, so make sure to stick around for him. He'll be playing at 4.
606-1695. There it is. Cut that off. Take that off. There you go. We'll see Ken for your winnings there.
All right. There you go.
Congratulations.
We did confirm Denny is the winner of the 50-50, so thank you everybody who got in on the 50-50 raffle. Thank you so much. All right, here we go. Colton Toopy.
I think I told you.
Very scary. I like to do that however I want to do it. Mostly, I give you a card. The best thing to do is give me a card. I'll get you a card. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I just asked you.
I don't know how much you want. 135. Oh, is that tonight? Yeah. What time is it?
You're on the point of 320.
I gotta find somebody that's got a B flat concertina. Hey there. How you doing? Hey Dan. You're here. They just paid me to be here. I won the ticket. $185. We still go. We don't
They just start a screen. Your main counter. No. Damn.
Oh.
What's the lifetime for Ray?
All right.
Oh, the giver?
Overcoat. Go ahead.
Overcoat, yeah.
Start with a good old polka here, one called the Overcoat Polka.
You want me to start or Sue?
Sue.
Cold Polka.
Mr. Gritzmacher. How you doing?
We got them all in there. About 400 in there.
All right, doing a good old sing-along tune here, one called Let's Have a Party. Oh, let's have a party tonight. Bring the music for your delight. Roll out the bedroom, spread out good cheer. We'll play a polka for everybody here. Come to the party, join in with friends. The dancing will never end. You bring your sweetheart and I'll bring mine, and I'll help everybody's party time. We're gonna have a polka celebration, where you bring your friends and I'll bring mine. We're gonna have a polka celebration, we're gonna party and have a good time. We're gonna have a polka celebration, where you bring your friends and I'll bring mine. We're gonna have a polka celebration, we're gonna party and have a good time. Hey, one call, let's have a party. Thank you.
I've had any hell of a time with the next step. I didn't.
There must be another one here. There must be another one here. There must be another.
I always have. This is my biggest excuse right here.
Yes. Memories are precious. Let's see, this would be C. Do a good old waltz here, one called Memories Are Precious. Hey, one called The Memories Are Precious Waltz. Pat. See, up, down, dog. Do another good old waltz here, one called, No, I don't, sorry. No, yeah. Okay. I'll be all smiles. G. Yeah, George, yeah. Alrighty, do a good old waltz here, one called I'll Be All Smiles Tonight. I'll be all smiles tonight. I love the way you hold me and the way your lips touch mine. I'll be alone tonight, dear, but I'll be all smiles tonight. Tonight, dear, I'll be all smiles tonight. Each time you say I love me, I'll be all smiles tonight. I love the way you hold me and the way your lips touch mine. I'll be alone tonight, dear, but I'll be all smiles tonight. Hey, one called I'll be all smiles tonight. Thank you.
Short one. One short one.
Yeah. Do another good old Czech tune here, one called the Red Rose Polka. Czerwona Róża. Meadows Beach. Czerwona rosyjsko, drożdżie Meadows Beach. Prosty krampę piczku, prosty krampę piczku, prosty krampę koris. Prosty krampę piczku, prosty krampę piczku, prosty krampę koris. Gryźbija, babcią gryl, gdyby se plakała. Gryźbija, babcią gryl, gdyby se plakała. Czerwonym siateczkiem oczy upigrała. Czerwonym siateczkiem oczy upigrała. Hey, one called the Red Rose Polka. Thank you. Andy. Yeah. Yep. Let Ray's play next. I think he missed that. You're on Robert. Yeah, correct. Thank you, Tony. Don't have too much fun.
Okay, up next we have Ray Wojnacki. He's all the way from Glenbeulah, Wisconsin. Been playing concertina for quite a while. He doesn't have it listed on here. Bands that he's played in: Ray's Jolly Chaps. He's going to be accompanied by world famous keyboard player Tanya, world famous tuba player Tony Kaminsky, and world famous drummer, is that Tom back there? I think so. All right, here we go.
2,
That's in D. Yeah, we got an F chord in there. F sharp. 3 beats. 1, 2, 3.
You start going up and number on the table. Should we start something?
Thank you, folks. Thank you, folks. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Okay, up next we have Les and Matt Wondrow. Les is dad, and Matt is son here. And they drove up this morning from Poplar Grove, Illinois. Made sure to milk the cows, feed the pigs, and then
We milked the chickens and gathered the eggs from the cows.
whatever you do in Illinois, I guess. Been playing since 1965. I don't think Matt has. I think maybe less, but
Yeah, I played since 1969. He's been only playing since 2012.
and favorite songs that they enjoy performing are all different kinds. Bands they've played in: Les and Jan, the Blaine Boys, and the Matt Wondrow Band. And the favorite polka band that they like to listen to and probably play tunes like is Don Graylick. I think that's the first time I heard that name this weekend, Don Graylick. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, we came from Illinois this morning. We picked up Mr. Tuba Tom Stazek. He drove up to our place and he grabbed hold of a door handle and ran alongside the car up here with us. So. I turned that one. That might be on the switch. Oh, okay. It does now. Polka time.
polka for you.
We're getting a tune here called Chicagoland Twirl. Taking my heart. We're going to do another foxtrot here before we change tunes. We're going to do a song here, a good friend of mine, which I haven't seen in a long time, Mr. Chris Weiss. So if you're watching the live stream, reach out to me sometime. He gave me this song many years ago. It's called I'm Throwing Rice.
throwing rice at the girl that I love. After she just said I do, I'm throwing rice with a smile on my lips, but my heart is breaking in two. Don't you know that she was my gal and he was my pal, but she loved him better somehow. I stepped aside after I kissed the bride, but I'm through and right, sadder now. I'm throwing rice at the girl that I love, after she just said I do. I'm throwing rice with a smile on my lips, but my heart is breaking in two. She was my gal, but he was my pal, but she loved him better somehow. I stepped aside after I kissed the bride. I'm throwing rice at her now. Throwing rice at her now. I'm throwing rocks at her now.
So I want to do a quick thank you to Mr. Andrew Gravine, who took this operation by the horns in a successful year of doing this, and for all his hard work as secretary of the WCC. Give him a round of applause. And then I also want you to give a round of applause for all the sidemen and musicians, our tuba players, our drummers, our piano players who are coming out and playing today. And I also want to thank my dad, who taught me how to play this instrument and has gotten me a lot of gigs over the years. And I want to thank Mr. Gretzmacher over there for the first concertina I ever brought and for the pointers he gave me. And I want to thank my dear wife, who's home doing chores so that we could be here today. Thank you all for coming out. We hope to see you again next year.
Very good. Yes, thank you so much. All right, up next we have Alex Kolesa from Thorpe, Wisconsin. And he's been playing concertina for about 4.5 years. Been playing for 4.5 years. Favorite songs that he enjoys to perform, he says it depends on the day. And that's all I'm reading off of this sheet.
That's my music. Yeah, double. One's the face. That's right. Don't plug it into it, I'll burn it up. Turn it up.
Apparently, Andrew didn't want me talking at all. He unplugged the other microphone. G. I have an intro. The first song I'm going to do is called the Rock and Rye Polka. It's from 1940, 1942, somewhere around there. A little on the older side. I have it. Rock and Rye Polka. Polka. I'll have to think about it while we're doing it. The next one we're going to do is called the Forward March. That's the 4-day march. Now we're going to slow it down a little bit for some seasoned dancers. If the seasoned dancers want to come out, I'm going to be doing Before I Met You.
Like pepper or like what kind of seasons?
Wouldn't you like to know? More like Cajun. Cayenne pepper. One, two, three, two, three. The next selection I will do will be called the German. It's called a German Schottish. So we'll do a Schottish for everybody. Starts at the G. Okay. Now. The next song I will do now is called The Blonde Bombshell. It has 5 different parts to it. The first part sounds like a blonde woman coming up and wanting to see what the guys are doing. And the second part, she's trying to strut her stuff. And then when it gets to the third part, you'll hear it. It sounds like she's falling down flat on her face, tripping over her own feet. And then the fourth part, she's getting back up. And then the fifth part, she's like, heck with it, I'm just going home. Ready now. That's the Blonde Bombshell. Okay, first part, I'm going to do Red Raven Polka next. It starts off in D. Or, yeah, G. The next song I'm going to do is called the Red Raven Polka. Hope you enjoy this one. Red Raven Polka. I guess I'm done for the day, so I guess you guys don't even get to hear the last one.
Vinny, have him come up from this side.
Okay. Okay, up next we have Dan Gritzmacher. And Dan is from Wausau.
No, have him come this way. There's less cords. Just don't trip on that cord.
Dan's from Wausau, and he started playing concertina at the age of 7. And he was head of the Dan Gritzmacher Orchestra for more than 30 years, performing all over the world. Dan started the Central Wisconsin Concertina Club in 1971, and the group grew to include more than 20 members from throughout Wisconsin and Minnesota. The Central Wisconsin Concertina Club maintains a music library of more than 300 songs and plays a variety of musical styles. That was before they disbanded, and the Congress here helped keep the jam going. Dan took lessons from his barber, Fred Schaefer, in Merrill when he was 7 years old, and when he was 9, he played his first wedding dance. He served 2 terms as the president of the World Concertina Congress and taught the concertina to more than 230 students during his career.
Yeah.
Three of the former students are actually fellow members of the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And his wife, Sue, is with us here today as well. Dan was actually inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1979, and his wife, Sue, who is here, was also inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1998. She's also from Wausau and contributed to concertina music throughout Gritzmacher music sales, selling concertina music to musicians across the country for many years. The Gritzmachers purchased the Henry Silverhorn catalog along with other music libraries from Pat and Marie Waters. Sue planned World Concertina Congress Hall of Fame banquets and was responsible for the Hall of Fame program for over 20 years. She also managed the Wausau Good Timers Concertina Festival mailings for 18 years. Sue and Dan hosted concertina parties in Wisconsin and Michigan and ran many bus trips to festivals and Hall of Fame banquets. So we thank both of them for their contribution over the many, many years. And here we go. Here is Dan.
Test 1, 2. Oh, that's good. Let's have a party. Have a party. Bring out the beer and wine. We'll all get together and all Let's dance the polka, swirling around the floor. We all clap our hands and shout, doing the party polka. Let's have a party. Bring out the beer and wine. We'll all get together and all have a real good time. Let's dance a polka, whirling around the floor. We all clap our hands and shout for more, doing the party polka.
It's hard to get used to different instruments, but I do it.
Good job.
Here's a chimney check polka, Romega. Here's the Rouen Waltz.
Which one? Glorious Vandler?
Glorious Vandler, I love it. How are you?
Thank you. Can you turn the bass down? It's my bass. Yeah, because I got a I don't know if I can get it.
You all right? Way down and
Playing bass. St. Louis polka. Okay, this is going out to my wife. I had to learn this one when we got married. And it's the Susie's Waltz. Everything belongs to Susie, across 1,000 miles of sea. I love march behind with Susie, and take Susie's heart with me. You're in my every dream, my Susie. You're so far away, it's true. So keep a smiling face, my Susie. Now come home to you. My everything belongs to Susie, across 1,000 miles of sea. I left far behind with Susie, and take Susie's heart with me. You're in my every dream, my Susie. You're so far away, it's true. So keep my face, my Susie. I'll come home to you. It don't make a difference.
Okay. Thanks, Sharon.
Okay. Go ahead, Elaine.
Good job. Good to see you again.
Okay, up next we have Elaine Ritzka from West Dallas, Wisconsin. And she's been playing the button box for 33 years. And the favorite song she enjoys playing is Single Songle, which she said she's going to play for you today. And bands that she's played in is the E.I.A.O. and the Brian O'Donnell Band. Okay, take it away. You want to mic?
Yeah, let's try that.
I don't think the on-off switch works on there. No. One more.
One more?
What are you guys starting with? Polkas or waltz or what?
They're going to play waltz.
I did that little one fly off.
That's in a melody. I made it go, so I looked about Rylander. I fixed some things. And I got a bunch of them too. I played a bunch. It's not very old, is it?
Okay, up next we have Ray Konkol. He's our featured player this year for the 50th anniversary celebration here of the World Concertina Congress at the annual Merrill Concertina Festival. Don't forget, we still have commemorative t-shirts with the 50th anniversary logo, especially designed by World Concertina Congress member, Hall of Fame inductee, and works really hard with the Hall of Fame, Ken Yagelski. He designed the 50th anniversary logo on the shirts, also on the decals. Please take a look at the digital picture frames on our right here. They've got over 400 documents that have been scanned in, pictures, hard copies of things from past World Concertina Congress banquets, parties, dinners, everything like that. Vinny scanned everything up, but he got hard copies from Sue Gritzmacher. They just left, so give credit to them as well. Thank you so much. Hopefully you all enjoyed the cake there. That looks like that is gone. Jim Peckel is here in the back. Yes. He's wearing the red shirt with the hat on. And here we go. We're going to talk a little bit about Ray. He got his first concertina at the age of 14. When he was 16 and in high school, he played parties, showers, etc. with a band called the Melody Aces. Later, he moved to Milwaukee and worked at the Oil Gear Company. And in Milwaukee, he played on weekends and evenings at bars and nightclubs. He enlisted in the Navy in 1951 and is a Korean War veteran, and a very proud one. So a big hand to him, please. He was based at naval air stations and on board the aircraft carrier USS Randolph, where he was involved in flight deck operations. And while he was on the USS Randolph, he made sure to have his concertina with him, entertaining the troops. I said it earlier, but if there's anyone who didn't hear it before, you want to hear an interesting story, ask Ray to tell you about the time that he was on the aircraft carrier caught in a hurricane. That's an interesting one. They were in the eye of the hurricane. And he said it wasn't the eye that was the worst, it was getting back out of the eye. That's what was the worst. Before Ray was honorably discharged in 1955, he married his wife Germaine, who's sitting behind the keyboard here. And they've been married for 70.5 years. 70 and a half years. Yeah. 70.
She's a sucker for punishment.
And they have 3 children, Diane, Chet, and Dale. Twin granddaughters, Ashley and Nicole, as well as 6 great-grandchildren. After getting married, Ray and Jermaine lived in Milwaukee for a short time before coming back to Stevens Point in 1957. He operated a TV repair business and ran an 8-piece band, the Ray Konkol Orchestra. Later, Ray joined Ray Dorschner's Rainbow Valley Dutchman and played with them from 1967 to 1987. He retired from UW Stevens Point as a building superintendent. Ray then began his 4-piece band, the Ray Konkol Band, and his wife Jermaine played the keyboard in that band as well. Ray toured Europe twice and played in 11 states. His achievements include 3 compositions, the Stillwater Landler, Rainbow Valley Landler, and Mein Heimat Polka. All 3 are copyrighted into the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. Ray's compositions and all 10 of his recordings have been inducted into the Mills Music Library, Wisconsin Music Archives, which is a huge honor for Ray. He was inducted into the Wisconsin Polka Hall of Fame under the Senior Achievement Award in 2002, inducted into the World Concertina Congress Hall of Fame in 2003. He received the Cambridge Who's Who of Musical Excellence Award in 2008, and was inducted into the Wisconsin Polka Hall of Fame Lifetime Achievement Award in 2012. He presently owns 5 concertinas, 2 of which are on the stage. He's going to play both of them for you, not at the same time. The 2 Hengels up here that you see are number 21, which is the the black B flat there, and Hengel's number 43, the C box, which is the, 48. 48 is here, and he also has Hengel number 43, which is a C. Yeah, I got it. Paddock, which is an A flat, and then he also owns a Pearl Queen triple, which is the key of C. So, enough talking. Without further ado, here is Ray.
Before we go any further, let's give Andy Gruvin a nice big hand. There's a lot of effort that goes into this. And the crew of the Wisconsin, the Hall of Fame group, the Merrill Concertina Congress Hall of Fame. It takes a lot of effort. Thank you, Andy. Give him a nice big hand.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you. I have a lot of help here. Everyone, my good friends from Burnham Wood Polka Days in the back that are helping take gate yesterday and today. So please go and see them for information on Burnham Wood Polka Days, a 3-day polka festival. Father's Day weekend, admission totally free. So make sure to go check that out. Okay, here we go.
Okay, we'll start out with a nice waltz. One called Saturday Night. 2 and a pick up. 1, 2. Okay, another one called Silver Lake. What? 1, 2. Okay, we can do another one. This one is written by my good friend, the late Dick Metco. It's called Bill's Waltz. You know Bill's, you get him in the mail. Bill's Waltz, written by Dick Metco. Here's Bill. Thank you. We'll do a polka coming up there. You bet.
Henry.
Oh, I didn't pull it out.
All right. I'll play it after a while.
Okay. Okay, we'll get together.
Wheelchair
Okay, polka time. Musicians, come and play. We have a technical problem, but we're getting it fixed. Thank you. One more. Okay. Okay. Minneapolis polka. I know where that is. Been there, done that.
Yes, a big hand for our featured artist, Ray Konkol. Thank you so much, Ray. Oh, we have to do a duet yet? Or we're gonna cut it? Check. Yeah, later, yes. Yes. All right, up next we're going to have Mr. Greg Lurkey from Evansville, Minnesota.
I was just coming over to help her too.
He's gonna, I beat you to it. He's gonna start wondering about me if I keep showing up every time. You guys did great.
Okay, Greg is from Evansville, Minnesota. He's been playing concertina for 62 years. Favorite songs he enjoys performing are Gary's Polka, Gardenville Waltz, and Life in the Finnish Woods. Bands that he's played in are any of the bands that his father, Concertina Gordy, played in. He also played in as well. Favorite polka bands of Greg's is Concertina Gordy, which is his father's band, or his father, and Jolly Huntsman. So here we go.
All right. Thank you. Sure. Okay, I'm three. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
Test, test. I'm going to start with a Gary polka. Next one will be the clarinet polka.
Short guy. Once again, see ya.
This next one's called 12th Street Rag. I got an intro. It's in A, but then it starts in B. it just dropped out. That's okay. I don't know if I even can pronounce that. First is Joe Hager.
Okay.
His sheet is right here.
Okay.
He's at 440.
Gotcha.
This next one's called Bert's a Gardener Landler. Key of D. This next one's called Augustine Waltz. Key of D. That's it. Okay. I'm
Go.
done. Thank you.
How about a nice hand for Greg Lerke?
Thank you.
Next up on stage, we have Joe Haggard from West Bend, Wisconsin. Barefoot Joe and the Foot Stompers. Come on, Barefoot Joe. Here's playing concertina, we're not sure. Favorite songs he enjoys performing, all of them. Bands he's played in: Polka Fusion Band, Polka Family Band, John Gora. Who's his favorite polka band? All of them.
This does too. Yep. I'm in. I'm in like Flynn. I am in. Oh, wait. Shaky chords.
Hey, Tanya, we're ready.
E and A, I mean B and A pretty much.
Back leg. Oh boy. The MC? Oh god. Okay, here we go. Twin concertina set for you. One called the High Bounce Polka coming up your way. Okay, ready? Yep. One. There you go. One called the High Bounce Polka. Ah. It's a good one. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Congratulations, Polka. Congratulations, Polka. Here we go. Band argument. Here we go. Here we go. Congratulations, Polka. Yes. Slow it down to Wabetic time. Wabetic time. Here we go, one called the Stevens Point Wabetic. Are you playing harmony? Are you playing harmony? Okay, good. So I can play lead? Very good. You take the lead and you follow me. That one. Hard song to listen to. Here we go. Stevens Point. Wabetic. Keep it coming.
When did you start playing?
I don't know. Concertina polka. Here we go. Merrill Concertina polka. One more polka. Here we go, one called the Katie's polka.
They found me on the street. That was the other way around.
Ah!
She didn't find us, we found her.
Why don't we do one called the Hey Cavalier polka? Who knows the Hey Cavalier polka? Sure.
Is your mic work, Randy?
2, 1, 2.
Yep. Hey, hey, the carrera. Yep. What? Yep. Hang on. Stop kidding. Hang on, stop kidding. Waiting.
Check 1, 2, now it's coming. Up for a little bit. Yeah, check. Check 1, 2, yeah.
What? Sure, got it.
Listen to the song I was playing from Mr. John Dietz, all the way from Slinger, Wisconsin. Good to see him. He's in the hallway, I guess. John, this one's for you. And your wife.
Here we go. Hey, Cavalier polka. Jaceczka, czarna morda dziewczyna. Ej, piękna była, piękna wiadareczka, ale była samora. Ej, piękna była, piękna wiadareczka, ale była samora. Everybody, hey, hey, kawalerowie, jest zagradzajcie. Dziewczyny głowy, hej, hej, kawalerowie, nie zakręcajcie, dziewczyny głowy. Jaceczka, czarna morda dziewczyna. Ej, piękna była, piękna wiadareczka, ale była samora. Ej, piękna była, piękna wiadareczka, ale była samora. Hej, hej, kawalerowie, nie zakręcajcie. Dziewczyny głowy, hej, hej, kawalerowie, nie zakręcajcie, dziewczyny głowy. Hej, hej, kawalerowie, nie zakręcajcie, dziewczyny głowy, hej, hej, kawalerowie, nie zakręcajcie.
dziewczyny młode.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Next up, Mike Nagel.
Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you so much. Yay! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. That's great.
Thank you much.
Yeah. Thank you.
How about a nice hand for the guys up here, Joe and company. Next up on stage, we have Mr. Mike Nagel, all the way from Greenfield, Wisconsin, who's been playing concertina for 63 years. And the favorite songs he enjoys performing are, again, all of them. And he's going to play all of them. Bands he's enjoyed playing in are the Gelada Boys, Polka Fusion, and A Cortina. Who's your favorite polka band? Any good band?
Chuck Cherry out.
Okay, Mike, stage is yours.
That red one, yeah.
Loud enough? Check 1, 2. Oh, that works nice. Good microphone, I guess. Okay. Sherry's polka. All right, that's enough polka music for a while. Here we go. Little Hank Williams. Hey, hey, good looking. What you got cooking? How's about cooking something up with me? Hey, hey, sweet baby, don't you think maybe we could find us a brand new recipe? I got a hot rod more than a $2 bill, no little spot right over the hill. There's soda pop and the dancing is free, so if you wanna have fun, come along with me. Hey, hey, good looking, what you got cooking? How's about cooking something up with me? Well, I'm free and ready, so we go steady. How's about saving all your time for me? Oh, no more looking, I know I've been tooken. How's about keeping steady company? I'm gonna throw my date book over the fence. Find me one for 5 or 10 cents. I keep it till it's covered with age, 'cause I'm writing your name down on every page. Hey, hey, good looking, what you got cooking? How's about cooking something up with? How's about cooking something up with? How's about cooking something up with me? Here we go with another country one, Room Full of Roses. If I sent a rose to you for every time you made me blue, you'd have a room full of roses. And if I sent a rose of white for every time I cried all night, you'd have a room full of roses. And if you took the petals and you tore them all apart, you'd be tearing at the roses just the way you tore my heart. And if someday you're feeling blue and you should send some roses too, I don't want a room full of roses. I just want my arms full of you. took the petals and you tore them all apart, you'd be tearing at the roses just the way you tore my heart. And if someday you're feeling blue and you should send some roses too, well, I don't want a room full of roses. I just want my arms full of you. Oh, I hate spring allergies. Boy, I forgot to bring my soda up here. Here we go with a little country waltz, the Tennessee waltz. I was dancing with my darling to the Tennessee waltz when an old friend I happened to see introduced him to my loved one, and while they were dancing, my friend stole my sweetheart from me. I remember the night and the Tennessee waltz. Now you know just how much I have lost. Yes, I lost my little darling the night they were playing the beautiful Tennessee waltz. When we waltz together, my world is in disguise. It's a fairyland tale that's come true. And when you look at me with those stars in your eyes, I could waltz across Texas with you. Waltz across Texas with you in my arms. I could waltz across Texas with you. Like a storybook ending, I'm lost in your charm. I could waltz across Texas with you. My heartaches and troubles are just up and gone the moment that you come in view. And with your hand in mine, I could dance on and on. I could waltz across Merrill with you. Waltz across Merrill with you in my arms. I could waltz across Merrill with you. Like a storybook ending, I'm lost in your charms. I can waltz across Merrill with you. There you go. You notice I changed the lyrics a little at the end there. When I was younger, I doubt it, but maybe I could have waltzed all the way across Texas. But at my age, it'd be really hard to waltz across Merrill now.
I don't know if you know this little tidbit about Mike. When he started playing, he strictly started playing by ear. And now you can see he's using his fingers.
Yeah, right. No. Brian. Can you bring me my soda off the table there? Yep. Gonna do a little Latin tune here. It's Saturday, so we don't have to worry about this one. But never on Sunday. Thank you very much.
How about thank you. Thank you, Mike. Next up is Mr. George Dooms from Rib Lake, Wisconsin. He's been playing the concertina for 60 years. 60 years. Favorite songs he enjoys performing are always trying to learn new songs, and I like them all. So he's going to play them all for us. Bands he's enjoyed playing in are the Jolly Harmony Brass and Elvin Straczynski as Mr. Concertina. I love them all. Who's your favorite polka band? He loves them all.
You can probably turn my mic off. I'm Jim. Can you hear? Hunter? All right. Good name. Andy. Andy, you can turn my mic off.
I think that'll do just fine. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I guess it's almost evening. Is it supper time yet? Get pretty close to evening. That's when supper time is for me. And that's just before my midnight snack. We've got a lady here and a couple actually that plays Irish Celtic music. They're going to be playing down the street. They go by the name of Foxfire, is that correct? My wild Irish rose, see this flower that grows. You may search everywhere, but none can compare to my wild Irish rose. My wild Irish rose, the sweetest flower. And someday for my sake, she may let me take the bloom from the wild Irish rose. When Irish eyes are smiling, it's like a morning spring. And amidst the Irish laughter, you can hear those angels sing. When Irish eyes are smiling, the world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, they'll steal your heart away. When Irish eyes are smiling, my wild Irish rose, she plays what's called an Anglo Concertina. Both the Chemnitzer Concertina like this and the Anglo Concertina are about 200 years old. The original ones were real simple, just a couple buttons on each side. But one was made in England, the other one was made in Chemnitz, Germany, and it's a whole different mechanism altogether. The Anglo Concertina is known for being on ships with bawdy sailors and that kind of stuff. And they used to do reels and jigs and stuff like that. Key of F. When you hear a happy song, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. When you're full of cheer, now that's the time to when you hear the concert player, the concertina song, and the band is a happy, carefree melody. Come on and dance. And let's all dance. trumpets blare with the concertina sound, and the band with the happy carefree melody. Come on and dance. And let's all dance. Come on and dance. And let's all dance. The happy snappy pool. Oh yeah. Here's a song that Sonny and Cher did about 50 years ago. You know, it doesn't seem that long ago, but it really is. When You Say Love. I think Cher's still going yet, isn't she? But Sonny ran into a tree with his skis, and that didn't turn out so good. When you say love, you're telling everyone you're more than tough. You found that what you're looking for. When you say love, you found the only one that this world never will be lonely anymore. You got a pretty rainbow on your lip as you found your pot of gold. You're completely satisfied, feeling of contentment. When you say love, you tell them when you found a special one. Because love, there's not another word that says so much. That is given wings to touch the sky, higher than the eagle cares to fly. If you took everything you heard, tried to make a special word, you'll find you said it all when you say love. You'll find you said it all when you say love. You'll find you said it all when you say love. Here's an old song, and it goes over kind of big in the nursing homes for some reason. You're my darling Cootsie Coo. Yes. Went to the dance the other night, hoping to meet Miss Just Right. There she came right out of the blue. She's my darling Cootsie Coo. You're my darling Cootsie Coo. You love me and I love you. Cheeks of red and eyes of blue. You're my darling Cootsie Coo. I don't care what people say. Won't let the words get in the way. If you love me like I love you, you can be my darling Cootsie Coo. You're my darling Cootsie Coo. You love me and I love you. Cheeks of red and eyes of blue. You're my darling Cootsie Coo. I know you're on the other man. They're all making eyes at you. If that's all you love to do, you can be my darling Cootsie Coo. You're my darling Cootsie Coo. You love me and I love you. Cheeks of red and eyes of blue. You're my darling Cootsie Coo. Wait for the day when you'll marry me, and we'll raise a family. Boys for me, girls for you, we'll be so happy. Cootsie Coo. You're my darling Cootsie Coo. You love me and I love you. Cheeks of red and eyes of blue. You're my darling Cootsie Coo. Yeah. You're my darling Cootsie Coo. Let's see here what's going on. Here's another song that was done by the Carpenters. That's a long time ago too. such a feeling coming over me. And there's wonder in everything I see. Not a cloud in the sky, just the sun in my eye, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's a dream. Everything I want the world to be is now coming true, especially for me. And the reason clear is because you are near. You're the nearest thing ever that I see. I'm on the top of the world, creation, the only explanation I can find. And it's telling me that things are not the same. And the breeze and the touch of the breeze, and the sweetness and the happiness. There is only one thing on my mind, and the one I hope that I can find is the one I found ever since you've been around. You're with me at the top of the world. I'm on the top of the world. Top of the world. One thing that has put me on the top of the world is being part of the World Concertina Congress. You met the nicest people, both spectators and players, and we're very fortunate that this organization was founded and organized for all kinds of concertina players, even Anglo concertina players. Maybe next year you can bring your Anglo concertina and perform for us too. That would be really nice. Years ago, and this goes a long ways back, at least 50, 60 years ago, there was a big antagonism between accordion players and concertina players. Our concertina bar in Chicago or in Milwaukee would not let a concertina or accordion player in. And there was real animosity. I mean, people that played accordions did not like people that played the concertina and vice versa. We've overcome a little bit of that, and so hopefully it gets better from here. See. Ollie Peter polka.
That'll do it, George.
That's all?
Yeah, unless you got a real short one.
I know I stand in line until you think you got the time to spend the evening with me. And if we go someplace to dance, I know that there's a chance you won't be leaving with me. Afterwards we drop into a quiet little place and have a drink or two. And then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like I love you. I can see it in your eyes that you despise the single line you heard the night before. But for me it's really never really seemed so right before. So I practice night and day to find some clever line to say to make the meaning come true. Then I wait until it gets late and I wait until I'm alone with you. The time is right, your perfume fills my head to start to red and all the sky's so blue. But then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like I love you. But then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like I love you. Thank you everybody for listening. Thank you for supporting the World Concertina Congress. Thank you Mr. Andrew Gravine for helping sponsor this. Vinnie Leck for doing all the tech work. Take care everybody. God bless all of you. Yeah, I'll get that other thing from you.
Andrew, where'd this one come from? On that side over there. Where Dave is standing. You bet. You bet. Sure.
Okay. If I must.
Yeah. You want a microphone at all?
Last year, nobody.
I got a water on that last table. Brian was. It's got a green label on it. Huh?
Way down where Brian is?
Yeah. It's got a green label on it. It's just the water.
It's up to you. You're up to it, or you want to go get something to eat? Here we go. Clam boil. Yeehaw! All right. Homeless Polka and Pretty Dancing Girl, or Arise My Darling. All right, here we go. Rain, rain. What are we doing next? I don't know. Yeah, 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 to everyone. Yeah, 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 concertina fun. Yeah, 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 anniversary. Yeah, 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 concertina jamboree. Yeah, 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 hello everyone. Yeah, 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 we're gonna have some fun. Yeah, 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 50th anniversary. Yeah, 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 concertina jamboree. Concertina Jamboree.
There's a paper on the floor there. Somebody lost their paper.
That's Ray Konkol's. All right, that was Maureen Dwyer from Free Soil, Michigan. You want to... And Maureen has been playing for a little over 60 years, it says. Some of the favorite songs she enjoys performing are the Homeless Polka and Arise My Darling, which she did. Bands she's played in, Billy Bob and the Variety Crew, and many more. And her favorite polka band is Brian O'Donnell Band. Hey, that's you. Yeah. And he's up next. Brian O'Donnell from Milwaukee? Franklin. All right.
Yeah, you better. That's enough.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. You trip on the court here.
No.
Okay, we'll come this way with it because that brown court is pretty short.
Boop. Yeah. There. Okay. I'm going to take a break.
A union break?
Yeah. I want to play for you the very first song that I ever learned how to play. Okay?
Yeah, I saw Sherry called you.
It's a waltz. It's called a Rose Waltz. It goes like this. That's just how I played it. I promise you. That was my very first lesson. Sounds like it, don't it? Wait to hear me play now. The room's going to empty. Let's have a party tonight. I'll play the music for your delight. Lay out the barrel, spread out the cheer. I'll play a polka for everybody here. Come to our party, join in the fun, singing and dancing till evening's done. We'll drink a toast till the barrel runs dry. Let's have a party tonight. to our party, join in the fun, singing and dancing till evening's done. You bring your sweetheart, I'll bring mine. Let's have a party, party tonight. So come to this party, join in the fun, singing and dancing till evening's done. We'll drink a toast till the barrel runs dry. Let's have a party, party tonight. Didn't that sound just like the first song I played? Same thing. All the mistakes.
First one was better.
First one was better, yeah?
Try again.
Oh boy.
Songs about letters?
Letters?
Yeah.
Your favorite song? All right, just for Matthew. I'll sit right down, write myself a letter, make believe it came from you. I'll write words so sweet, knock me off my feet. A lot of kisses on the bottom, I'll be glad I got 'em. Smile and say, hope you're feeling better. Sign with love the way you used to do. Sit right down, write myself a letter, make believe it came from you. I'll sit right down and write myself a letter, make believe it came from you. I'll write words so sweet, they'll knock me off my feet. A lot of kisses on the bottom, I'll be glad I got 'em. Smile and say, I hope you're feeling better. Sign with love the way you used to do. I'll sit right down, write myself a letter, make believe it came from you. I'll make believe it came from you. I'll write a letter. You know how to play that one now? Oh, you try it. Okay. All right. Hip hip hooray, we're on our way. We're gonna have some fun tonight. Gang is here, bring on the beer. Dance through all the night. We'll wine and dine, whirl and sign. Make the party last all night. So the heck with all your troubles, let's have some fun tonight.
Hip hip hooray, we're on our way. We're gonna have some fun tonight. The gang is here. Where's my beer? We'll dance throughout the night. We'll wine and dine for old lang syne. Make the party last all night. The heck with all your troubles. We're gonna have some fun tonight. How about it? Let's have some fun. Huh? Moon sailing on high. Where is my sweetheart tonight? Moon sailing on high. Where is my sweetheart tonight? Go send her my love. Tell her I'm pining away. Way back to old Oklahoma, with hopes that you'll come back someday. It happened in old Oklahoma, one night 'neath the beautiful moon. Love blossomed old Oklahoma as two hearts were beating like one. Love blossomed with the dawning. Love came into our hearts. Now that I've lost my darling, now that we're so far apart, moon sailing on high, shine down your love with your light. Moon sailing on high, where's my sweetheart tonight? Go send her my love. Tell her pining away. The way back to old Oklahoma, with hopes that you'll come back someday.